Right, it's Sunday morning. Hearty welcome here from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the Cricket South Africa Hollywoodbets Pro20 fixture between the six-gun girl Garnwood Badgers and World Sports Betting Western Province. In commentary with me this morning, good morning, Gershon Rabi.
Good morning, Mr. K, and good morning to all the viewers out there. Like you said, Mr. K, it's a very fine morning yet again in the ostrich capital of South Africa, Oudtshoorn. We're live from a recreation ground where these two teams will battle it out in Hollywoodbets Pro20 series game today. Um, After yesterday's win, Gardenwood Badgers will have their tails up today, Mr. K, going into this fixture.
Yeah, it was an entertaining clash. The Badgers chasing 210. They got home with 5 overs to spare, 3 wickets in hand. It's a new day. The Badgers has won the toss. We're not going to go into the methodologies followed, but they again, against all the odds, opted to have a bowl first. Just for a start, what are you taking on that?
Well, I think we discussed it a bit earlier, Mr. K, and I must say that they definitely worked things out, and it worked yesterday, and they'll be hoping that it works out the same as yesterday for them today. You see that opening batters of Western Province is already at the crease. We've got Faye Tunnicliffe that will face up to the first ball, and she'll be parted by Danae van die Kerk today.
Yeah, absolutely. Western Province in second position, just 1 point separates them from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They're on 22 points after 5 matches, 5 wins, as this one is dropped short. There's fortunately is it Giselle Abrams who got a hand to that one, and they're off the mark immediately. The Badgers, they played 4 without any victories. They're at not bottom of the lot currently. So they would also like to get away from that position, actually share that position with the Fidelity Titans. So it's also a crucial game for them. And as you correctly said, they will take a hell of a lot of confidence out of yesterday's massive run chase here in Oudtshoorn. Michaela Andrews, and she will bowl to the very experienced Danae van die Kerk, who's on strike. Andrews operating from the commentary box end of the ground, which is obviously also the Riverside Mall end of the ground. On the money.
On the money from the word go, Mr. K, Michaela Andrews. Danae van die Kerk just happy to defend this one. Getting herself in, same as yesterday. We saw a very calculated knock from her yesterday where she got herself in. She took her time. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't carry it through though.
Yeah, she scored 52 from 78 deliveries yesterday. She was put down twice by Giselle Abrams from her very own bowling. And on the other hand, Danae van die Kerk, she scored 20 yesterday. She also set it up for a nice innings. And we will wait and see how she will progress this morning. Van die Kerk on strike as we watch Andrews running in to bowl to Van die Kerk.
Danae van die Kerk on this occasion walking down the wicket, trying to make and force the pace of the game a little bit here this morning. It's already evident there, Mr. K, that the wicket is fairly slower than what it was yesterday. Danae van die Kerk just looking for that extra bit of pace. Walking at Michaela Andrews here. She's already been warned by umpire Andre Willifree for walking into the danger zone. She'll just have to be careful that she doesn't get into trouble with the umpire's early goals here today.
Absolutely. Andrews into Van die Kerk. Short. Couldn't properly connect that. The Badgers, they've got a pretty decent T20 record. They played 56 T20 matches over the years. They won 24. They lost 29. And for one of the minor teams, I don't think that's a bad record, Gershon.
Definitely not, Mr. K. I think history is showing us that the girls, they always show up on a Sunday and they save their best cricket for Sundays. And let's hope for some more of that today. We see Andrews into Van die Kerk again, running down the wicket, chance of a catch.
That's
put down by Asake Nyuvane.
That will be disappointment, very big disappointment. That's an opportunity that gone down. Asake Nyuvane admit of putting that one down. That was a straightforward regulation catch.
Very straightforward, yes, Mr. K. Went straight into her hands and just popped out again. She'll be very disappointed. Danae van die Kerk lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, for a few seconds, Danae van die Kerk's heart was in her mouth. And this time she took the advantage. Hammers this one for 4. End of the over. Disappointment for the Badgers. Western Province 5 without loss after the first over.
Happens so often, Mr. K, that once you put a player down, especially a player of Dane van die Kerk's class, the next ball almost always goes for either a 4 or a 6. No luck here for Michaela Andrews, as she could have had a wicket in that over. Unfortunately, she ends up going for a boundary of the last
Yeah,
ball.
she set it up beautifully. And whilst we talk about records, Western Province, they played in total 68 T20 format games. A very good winning record of 58 out of 68. And they only lost 10 times. So for them, it's a very good record. And after 6 matches between the two teams previously played, the Badgers has won 1 2 seasons ago here at Oudtshoorn, and instrumental in that with the bat was the bowler that opened the bowling this morning from the commentary box end. That was Michaela Andrews.
I think we just have to add there, Mr. K, that the Western Province women are the current holders of this T20 competition trophy. They won it last year. I think, I'm not mistaken, they won it on the last day. As we see, Janae Winst opening the bowling from Free Street and into Tunnicliffe. This one is it straight to the fielder and mid on, and no run is added to the score.
That's Lara Mullitz who does the fielding. And whilst we watch Janae Winster, very experienced campaigner operating from the Freda Street end of the ground, the southern end of this venue. Oh, had to went through everything. Once again, some buys. Dean Moodley. Yeah. Buys indicated by umpire Andre Olivier, who's officiating at the Freda Street end of the ground. 2 buys, taking the total to 7 without loss.
2 overs in, Mr. Kane, you can definitely see there's a bit of impetus from the Western Province ladies batters. They want to take the game forward and get on with it here. As we see Tunnicliffe again running down the wicket, hitting this one across the line, and it'll race to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well executed shot by Tunnicliffe. We spoke about that specific match in the 2022-23 season where Michaela Andrews top score 58 from only 37 deliveries. But it's a different ball game today. So what Janae Winster operating from Freda Street end of the ground into Tunnicliffe. Well bowled, Janae Winster. That one is hit straight to Michaela Andrews. Very experienced campaigner, Winster. That ball basically followed the batter.
Definitely a bit of talent on offer for Janae Winster from the Free Street end early on here this morning. You can see that Tunnicliffe is looking to give herself some room to try and free the hands to get it either straight or through the leg side. In case this one is knocked into the offside again. Giselle Abrams does the fielding, and no run is added to the total. That brings to an end the second over. The Western Province women currently on 11 without loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, obviously power play consists out of 6 overs, and they would like to take advantage of the fielding restrictions in the power play specifically. As we watch Michaela Andrews walking back, so there's a bandage on the right hand of Asake Nyabane, feeling it mid off, and at mid on we've got Kayakaze Mate. Very conventional field, sweeper out, and a third man on the boundary. Niekerk
launches this one into the leg side. 1 bounce for, again advancing down the wicket. Dane van die Kerk trying to get to the pitch of that delivery, making pace as she advances towards it and hits it through the leg side. 1 bounce and over the fence. I think the Western Province ladies are definitely keen on taking on this power play, as you alluded to earlier, Mr. K. Only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle within that first 6 overs, and they're definitely looking to take full advantage of that. As we see it change in the field, Kayakaze Mate dropping down to long on, and the third man comes up into the circle.
Yeah, yesterday when Province were batting, their intent to take the game forward from their batting perspective was evident, and I can't see that they will go anything different in their doings today.
Dead ball signaled by umpire Sunny Stradom as Michaela Andrews just pulled out of that one halfway through a runner. And she's got to walk all the way back, reload, and think again of what it is that she's trying to execute here in the second of today's Hollywoodbets Pro20 game. Andrews into Van der Kerk. Full wide swinging delivery outside of the off stump. And then Van der Kerk again looking towards the leg side. This one may be a touch too wide outside the off stump to try and get hold of it and mow it across the leg side. Definite ploy here by the Western Province women this morning, Mr. K, of trying to access the leg side. Haven't really seen them try to go with the offside as yet this morning. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. High percentage of the runs coming through the leg side.
Yeah, there was that one shot where she was put down, referring to Van der Kerk. This one is hit upwards, and that's a maximum. That's a beautifully executed shot by Van der Kerk. She will come out today and try to prove a point. Very disappointed yesterday following the loss. A team that pride themselves, and they were shocked yesterday.
You see that one again, full length delivery in the arc of Danae van der Kerk. All she had to do was swing her back through the line of that one, and it went all the way sailing over the ropes for 6. Western Province definitely off to a good start here this morning. As we see, they've moved on very swiftly to 21 without loss of 2.3 overs.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Andrews into Van der Kerk. Same length, same delivery again, gets the treatment.
Van der Kerk is on fire. Taking in mind she was put down with a score not. She's on 14 not out. And she's really taking the game forward. Taking the score to 25 without loss.
Full length delivery again by Michaela Andrews. Danae van der Kerk stepping towards the leg side and just freeing her arm, swinging through the line of that one. Andrews in again to Van der Kerk. Backs away again. You can see the sign of disappointment on her face there. She probably believes that she should have gotten that one away as well. She's looking to back away towards the leg side, freeing the arms to try and open up the offside there. Okay, I think that the changes in the field is now actually urging her to try and go more offside. Hopefully, from a Hollywoodbets perspective, Michaela Andrews can pull that length back a touch, try and get it to look to score somewhere else as Andrews run into Van der Kerk again.
Oh, it's a well executed delivery. But she hits it into the gap, into the pocket. She'll pick up a single. End of the over, the score 26 without loss after 3 overs. A very good start to the visitors from Cape Town.
Danae van der Kerk at this stage, 19 runs coming of just 11 deliveries. Faith Hunter has not had a lot of the strikes this morning, and she's only added 5 to the tally of the Western Province women. Garden Route Badgers will look to the experienced campaigner in Janae Winster, try and get them back into this contest.
Yeah, as it's a change in over, we just want to inform our viewers that the once-off test match between England and South Africa, that's obviously the women's team, taking place in Bloemfontein at the Mangaung Oval today. England has won the toss and they opted to have a bat, a 10 without loss. And very important from a Garden Route Badgers point of view is the umpiring of Karen Klaas to officiate in a test match. Winster, it's a good delivery, straight back to Winster by Van der Kerk.
I think this will be quite a good contest between Winster and Van der Kerk. Van der Kerk definitely looking to get after the bowling as she runs down again.
Oh, it's a good stop, a very good stop there from Kaya Kaze Mate in the covers. She dives towards the right, and that's a good stop. She bowled exceptionally well yesterday, but she got off the park with an injury. She picked up 2 wickets for 21 in her 4 overs. Winster into Van der Kerk across the line. There is protection out there. Michaela Andrews, she did well to stop that ball, and a strong throw from Andrews from a long boundary to edit to the total of Van der Kerk. Now, Michaela really did well to stop to prevent a boundary there. She had to make a good 30 yards towards her right. Pitched the ball right underneath the scoreboard as we watch Winster into Van der Kerk. Just one straight,
Sweeps
good
again.
stop.
Good stop by Wheel,
One wow.
filling it short 45 and making sure that she restricts the Western Province with only the one singular runner. This brings Tunnicliffe back on track. She's been a spectator here this morning. They're watching the Dane van Niekerk outscoring her at this early stage. Another chance being put down by Saki Johanna. That's two in the first 4 overs being put down by the exact same fielder, exact same spot. Different bowler though. She'll be kicking herself. She will definitely be kicking herself.
Yeah, the team and the coaching staff will be disappointed. That was, in actual fact, a regulation catch on this level. Vital catch put down. This one up in the... And that's another maximum.
Away by Dane van Niekerk. So now Wingster giving this one a bit of air. Looking to draw Dane van Niekerk forward. And Dane van Niekerk happily obliges, hitting this one straight towards the side screen. 6 all the way.
Yeah, Western Province, they were hurt yesterday. They on fire here, batting at 9 to the over. 4 overs gone, 36 without loss.
We just have a look at that drop catch again. It went straight in. She got herself into a good position, did all the hard work, got there in time, and just spilled the catch at the last moment. Asaki Nyovane. Unfortunately for Asaki Nyovane, on a day like today, Mr. K, as soon as you start putting them down and you start to doubt yourself, the ball just seems to follow you all around the park. Doesn't matter where you go.
That's very true. But we saw yesterday Giselle Abrams putting down 2 from her own bowling and then took a very, very important catch later on. So that's the ebb and flow of the game, but you're 100% right. It's a confidence game. As Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg, the captain, has replaced Michaela Andrews from the Freddie Street, from the commentary box end of the ground. Wide outside of Van Niekerk, and that's one bounce forward. It's a big hit from Van Niekerk. She's on fire. That's Tunnicliffe. Correction.
The Western Province women batters definitely feeling that they can put all the bowlers under pressure here. First ball from Janssen van Rensburg. Bit of width given, and Faye Tunnicliffe is this one over extra cover. One bounce and over the ropes.
In no time, the partnership is 40.
Janssen van Rensburg in again. Tunnicliffe pulls out. We're going to have to restart that one.
Short, into the gap, 4 runs.
No fielders on the leg side, boundary Mr. K. He dragged down the length from the previous one, Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg. Tunnicliffe picks a gap on the leg side, puts it away for 4. Partnership is now grown to 44 runs or 4.2 overs.
Yeah, it's always interesting motivations that you follow with these back-to-back games. Van Rensburg in short and sloppy fielding, a misfield, and the guilty party is Giselle Abrams. Gershon, the one team is on a high, the other team need to bounce back. You played lots of these games back to back. Difficult always to motivate teams to make sure that they switch on.
Unfortunately, it always happens, Mr. K, if you win the game on a Saturday, it's difficult to find the motivation again to be up for it on the Sunday as well. Also because it's a different format on the Sunday. But the teams that I feel the teams that have been successful in these competitions in the past, they found a way to be able to get themselves back up again.
Well, the Badgers will need to come back very soon. That's a short delivery, swing at that one for Niekerk, and it's through to the keeper, Nadine Moodley.
He's one positive so far for the Hollywood Badgers this morning, Mr. K. We haven't seen one wide being bowled and we're into the 5th over already.
Yeah, and we saw 29 yesterday in the 50 overs.
Just think the Garden Badgers need to pick themselves up again, Mr. Gay.
They did it yesterday.
And Van Rensburg into Van der Kerk. Casts this one into the offside. Fielding is done by Julia Hall. No run added to the score. No, they showed us yesterday how quickly they can pick themselves up by taking a couple of wickets, and at this stage of the game, that's definitely all they need.
Van Rensburg in to Van Niekerk. Into the gap, that'll be 4 runs as it races away to the boundary. And that will take Western Province to 49.
49 after 5 overs.
What a start. So it's going to be the last over of the power play, and one could easily say advantage Western Province.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. Going at a rate of 10.7 at this stage, the Western Province woman with Danae van der Kerk on 32, along with Faye Tunnicliffe on 15. She's been the junior partner in this partnership so far this morning. The partnership has grown to 49 runs from just the 5 overs, as we see Jana now into the bowling attack from the Feeder Street and replacing Janae Winston.
Yeah, the captain is ringing the changes now into Van Niekerk, into the gap, and that'll be a single. And that's the 50 partnership coming up in the 6 over.
Now to Van Niekerk. This one is hit into the offside. Fielding is done by Janae Winston. She prevents him from taking a single there.
Now the hero yesterday with an unbeaten 95 across the line. Well executed shot just behind square on the onside, and 4 runs added to the total.
Let's just have a look at that one again on the replay. And now bowling this one outside of off stump, allowing Danae van der Kerk to be able to access that sweep shot and just put it into the gap on the leg side behind square.
Now the Badgers need to pick themselves up. Well done to Western Province. Van Niekerk being put down without even troubling the scorers. She's on 36 now. Now into Van Niekerk. That one is hit to mid-wicket. Michaela Andrews runs in, and she will do the fielding, and 1 run added to the total.
Jana Nel into Faye Tunnicliffe just down. Tunnicliffe runs down the wicket, hits it over the offside, and that will race away to the boundary for 4.
It's all just too easy for Western Province.
Just a little shimmy down the wicket, opening up that offside and making sure that she foots it over the fielders in the inner ring, gets it to the boundary for 4. Tunnicliffe starting to find her feet at the wicket at this stage, Mr. K. Jana Nel in again. This one is hit straight to Lara Moritz doing the fielding on the off the long on boundary. As they add another run to the total, that brings us into the power play.
A dream power play for Western Province. 60 without loss. It is Tunnicliffe on 21, Van Niekerk on 37. And Gershon, the one positive thing from a Badgers point of view, no wides or no balls bowled.
Still no wides or no balls, Mr. K. And from a Badgers perspective as well, they know that the rate of scoring will drop as soon as the power play is done. They can now post fielders out on the boundary. They only need 4 fielders inside the ring, which means that the bowlers will get some sort of cover and they're able to settle into a rhythm and settle into their spell there. just to try and pull that rate of scoring back. Current rate of scoring is 10 runs to the over, no wickets down, 60 runs scored from the first 6 overs. Janse van Rensburg to continue. The captain of the Gardenwood Badgers will continue from the commentary box end, and she will be bowling to Faye Sunnycliffe. And just as we mentioned, the field is spread. As we see this one knocked straight down to Kaya Kazemati doing fielding on the long on boundary. And just 1 run is added to the total. Janse van Rensburg into the Nefani Cake this time. Holds it wide outside of the off stump. Straight to Michaela Andrews doing the fielding on the sweeper boundary on the offside.
Yeah, Van Niekerk thus far this season, she scored 114 runs in total, which includes 1 half century, 51 not out. Quite a healthy strike rate of 132. So it indicates to us that she is not wasting time to get things going. Van Rensburg into Tunnicliffe. Pace taken off the ball. Hit out to Jana Nel and 1 run added to the total.
It will be interesting to see going forward into the rest of this batting innings of the Province Women is to see how they maintain that strike rate, because it definitely drops normally after the power play, Mr. Captain.
There's an opportunity there, but it will be wide of Winster. It's a good stop by Janae Winster. It will not preventing a couple, but very good stop there from Janae Winster. You're 100% right, and we can immediately sense it. I mean, we saw 4 balls bowled here in over number 7, which was the first over after the power play, and at this point in time, we saw 5 runs. 3 singles and a couple.
So is it straight back at Nicoline Janse van Rensburg by Danae van Niekerk, as she just strolls across to the other side, taking another single.
Yeah, the great thing which Western Province have done, we haven't seen a lot of dot balls this morning.
Not at all, Mr. K. Not at all. Apart from that first over from Janae Winster, there hasn't been many.
Well, good protection out there. I don't think the Badgers at this specific point in time will mind singles, but they will need to see some wickets. Only 7 runs from this over, 67 without loss.
She seems as if we're going to have a bowling change at the Feeder Street end of the case. We see yesterday's bowling hero taking a cap off, Giselle Abrams.
Yeah, I was impressed yesterday by her bowling. Apart from obviously being critical the 2 catches that she dropped from her own bowling, she picked up 3 for 36 in 10 overs, and in the context of a game where you scored 210 in a 50-over game, I think that is very good bowling.
No, very good bowling from her yesterday. The control with which she bowled was excellent, and I think Nicoline Janse van Rensburg will be hoping for her to show some more of that here today. Try and take this run rate back from the Western Province women, as well as maybe getting a couple of wickets.
And she's bowling to the same batter, Faith Tunnicliffe, who struggled against her yesterday.
She definitely had a had a moments against Faye yesterday, and I think she held on to that very first or even the second catch that she got off, and she would definitely been on top. Abrams.
Oh, in the gap. That one was just between the 2 fielders. Point in the gully, 4 runs, and a good start to the over for Tunnicliffe. That's definitely a different Faith Tunnicliffe than yesterday. Very aggressive. She worked very hard yesterday. And a very aggressive mole today.
Abrams into Tunnicliffe again.
Straight to Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. And
was it. Chance of run out. No one, absolutely no one backing up the keeper, and will scamper through for yet another single.
yeah, that's poor cricket by the local side.
So what should have been only not even one run due to misfields and then no one backing up results in 2 runs being taken off that second ball of the Giselle Abrams over.
Oh, work out for Kayakaze Mate. Only 1 run.
Abrams to Van Niekerk this time for reverse sweeps.
And a dot ball.
Straight to Jana now does the fielding. I think that they definitely took a leaf out of Jana Nell's book from yesterday, Mr. K, playing those reverse sweeps. It's the first time we've seen her try and employ that one this morning. To no avail this time around.
And that's the first wide of the morning bowl by Giselle Abrams.
First wide of the morning, only coming in over number 8. Massive improvement from yesterday from the Badgers. If you see Abrams into Van Niekerk again, she cuts this one, beating the fielder at backward point. The fielding and the tidying up is done by Kayakaze Mate, who runs off the sweeper boundary.
.76 without loss. Abrams, that's wide-ish into the gap. And only 1 run added to the total.
That brings an end to the Giselle Abrams over. She went for 10 runs in that one. The score now 77 without loss after 8 overs.
Still advantage to Western Province after being requested to bat. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg won the toss and 77 without loss, batting at a very healthy 9.6 runs to the over. There's a little bit of a concern here. Is it Kayakaze Mate?
Definitely, Mr. KC. She's got a massive piece of strapping on that right arm of hers, and a bit of pain and some treatment from the physiotherapist as she threw in the last ball. She's walking to a fielding position at this stage with the ice pack in her hand, so there's definitely some sort of concern there for Kayakaze Mate. As we see a change in bowling from the commentary box, and Wicket Bonya will take over from a skipper Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Bonya into Faye Tunnicliffe. Full and wide down the leg side. Moodley does the tidying up. And Bonya starts here with the wide. Later Bonya obviously didn't play yesterday in the Pro 50 game. She's been brought into the team today ahead of Michelle May as she runs into Tunnicliffe. Another full relief. This one hit straight and very hard by Faye Tunnicliffe. Asaki Nyovane won't get there. Another boundary added to the total by Faye Tunnicliffe. We were just floating this one up. It's straight back past her ankles. No time for Asaki Nyovane to get around, try and stop that. Bonya in again to Tunnicliffe. This time she goes on the other side, where Kayakaze does the fielding, and she restricts it to just a 1 run. There's definitely something wrong with that arm of Kayakaze Mate. Even as she threw that ball in, she grabbed her arm immediately. She let that one go. Some concern here for the Badgers as they might need her to come and bowl a bit later on. You see Bonya in again to Tunnicliffe, or Van Niekerk, sorry, apologies. This one is it up in the air. Kayakaze running towards it. Won't get there, unfortunately. That one just dropping short there. If Kayakaze Mate was sprinting in off the boundary to try and turn that one into a catch. Brings Faye Tunnicliffe back on strike as we see Bonya running in towards her again. Full length delivery, hit out to the sweeper on the offside when Michaela Andrews does the tidying up and she only restricts him to the one single run. We're in again. And then this one she bowls fairly straight. Fairly straight. And Nathan Nicky not able to do anything with that one, and she just packs it around the corner to Julia Hall at square leg, who does the fielding. We are in again to Danae, this time slightly fuller, and a misfield this time around by Julia Hall as it was hit hard and straight at her. And the batter scampered through for 1 run. Just want to make mention of Danae van der Kerk having been dropped twice already. First time she was dropped this morning, she was dropped on naught. She was dropped yet again of the bowling of Janae Winster, and she's moved the score to 44 runs. And we're currently in the 9th over, or 9 overs completed. Scores 86 without loss. Danae van der Kerk on 44, as mentioned earlier. Faitani Cliff on 38.
Yeah, it's very clear that the Badgers are still having a hangover after yesterday's win. How do you look at things, Gershon? They will need to pick themselves up. Otherwise, they will face down the barrel. And what's also very important, every single game in the context is important, but a big defeat will definitely negatively impact on their net run rate, which eventually will be crucial in the context of the promotion and relegation formula.
One thing to keep in mind here, Mr. Gay, and that's probably where Coach Martelis is heading on at this morning. We saw 2 weeks ago, we saw a record run chase at the recreation ground on the Sunday. Hopefully we can see something.
Well, we saw one yesterday. So it's becoming a stint of records here in women's cricket. Hollywoodbets Pro20 series match. That's a good delivery from Abrams. I like the rhythm which she applies.
Definitely, Mr. K. There's a bit of spark about her this morning. At first over that went for 10, she'll be disappointed with that, but she's right back on the money now.
Speaking about it,
swept again by
Van Niekerk capitalize, taking her score to 48 not out.
And Nathan Nikeke has definitely employed this sweep shot to good effect here this morning, making sure that she hits it behind the square on the leg side, where there's no fielders at this current stage, and that goes for another boundary. I also have to make mention of the fact that I do not understand the current tactics of the Garden Badgers. They're allowed to have an extra fielder outside of the ring, but they're maintaining 5 fielders inside it. As this one is it out towards Laura Moritz at long on. I don't know if I kick 1 bounce straight into Laura Moritz's hand, tidies up and gets the ball back in. And yet again, with the score 9-1 in the 10th over, I don't understand the tactics of Gardenwood Badgers having 5 fielders inside the ring when they can actually put an extra fielder outside of the ring to have some more protection on the boundary. Your thoughts on that, Mr. Katz?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, we often criticize them yesterday, and they turn things around. But once again, it's basic errors. That one is it upwards. Jan and El does the fielding. And the one thing when the Badgers did between over 6 and 10, they draw the run rate back from 10 and over to 9 and over. Obviously, power play has been concluded. So 10 overs gone, the score 91 without loss.
Yes, Mr. Guy. I just think that they can put that extra fielder out on the boundary. Yes, it'll mean that there'll be more singles on offer inside the inner ring, but it'll also stop the flow of boundaries.
Absolutely. And I don't think you will mind singles going forward from here.
Not
because 60 singles from here will take them to 160, 151. And I think, and we saw that, the match against Free State here, where Free State cruised home, chasing 100, well, the Knights actually chasing 152. But there's change of bowling. So let's see how Kayakaze Mate will operate as he comes in bowling from the commentary box end. firmly hit. Stopped by Julia Hall, no run added to the total. A very good start there from Kayakaze Mate.
It doesn't seem like the arm is bothering.
No, not at all. I was also worried. Heavily strapped right arm. I also saw the badges this morning during the warm-up. Jana Nel also heavily strapped right knee.
Chance. Asake Nyuvane just letting that one bounce and now I'm fully through to harmlessly through to
Yeah,
there's definite chance there.
yeah, I agree with you. Asake obviously not full of confidence after putting down 2, but there was an opportunity there.
As we see, Dane van der Kerk with that single moves on to 50 runs of only 36 balls, scoring 6 boundaries and 2 maximums.
Yeah, bearing in mind she's been put down twice, and specifically by Asake Nyuvane when she was still on naught. Clever bowling will not prevent a single. And that takes it total to 93 without loss.
Kayakaze Mate into Dane van der Kerk. Full and straight on the pads, no appeal. Which I find weird. Okay.
Yeah, very.
Full and straight, she's gone. She stepped across in front of her stumps. It hit her full on the knee roll and nobody appealed.
Yeah, the badges, to me, I'm sorry, they doesn't seem to be switched on this morning.
Another full delivery. This time it beats Julia Hall, trying to stop it at mid-wicket.
It's an acrobatic effort there from Julia Hall.
1 run added to the score there with Dane van der Kerk as she moves to 51, Tunnicliffe and 39. The current score of the Western Province on the 94 without loss after 10.5 overs.
Mate into Tunnicliffe. Oh, well, stop. That's brilliant fielding by Jana Nel. That was hit like a tracer bullet.
Definitely a good stop there by Jana Nel.
Now, Jana Nel, yesterday she came here and she really played the innings of a lifetime. A very underrated player. Great ball skills, great hand skills. She can hit a ball miles, as we saw yesterday, but don't want to take anything away from Dane van der Kerk. She also came here today and hit a few big sixes.
I think from a Hollywoodbets perspective, Mr. K, they're going to need Jana Nel to come out and repeat exactly what she did yesterday. She is still not out. She is still not out. She's going to have to repeat yesterday's feat if the Hollywoodbets wants to get over the line here today and achieve that W. As we see another change in bowling from the Freda Street in with Lara Moritz replacing Giselle Brooks.
No protection on the boundary fence in the offside, Gershon.
As we see this one straight and Dane van der Kerk just defends this one. Yes, Mr. K, I don't know if I'm confused or what is happening, but it seems as if we're not allowed to put an extra fielder on the boundary because we want 5 in the ring at the 5 in the ring at the moment. Moritz runs into Van der Kerk, pulls this one out towards Longman, and Giselle Abrams will run in and just restrict him to the one single run.
Oh, there's it now. There's coming chains.
I don't know, Mr. K, maybe we missed something or something is added in the bylaws.
Correct. Now it's currently only 4 outside the circle. Lara Moritz in to 5 Tunnicliffe. Straight to Winster. Must say, Gershon, I mean, there's still the ebb and flow. I know there's still 10 wickets in hand, but the Badgers, they're crawling back this game, slowly but surely. The run rate has dropped from 10 after the power play to 8.3. So was Lara Maritz running into Tunnicliffe. And we've got two batsmen who certainly.
This one is straight down the ground by Tunnicliffe. We see Asaki and Giovanni running around.
Great feeling from Asaki.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. K. They've definitely dragged that run rate back a little, but what would be concerning for them is the fact that they haven't taken a wicket yet today. And we know that there's still one or two big hitters in the dugout waiting to come in back for the.
Kelsey Adams to note one. And of course, they win the toss.
Lara Maritz in again. This time she finds the gap on the offside.
That's a well-played shot. A shot of the morning, most probably.
Can't get there, and it's 4. We were saying, Mr. K, sorry for breaking your word there.
Yeah, remember the batters won the toss and haven't picked up a wicket. They were full of confidence this morning that they're going to restrict Western Province, but Western Province are slowly but surely also start running away with things here.
And we also note that that boundary brings up the 100 for the Western Province ladies here. Lara Maritz into Van Niekerk again. She backs away again.
That's another magnificent shot. This time she did from her back foot, 4 runs. Van Niekerk is on fire. And what I saw here when Tasman Brits played here, I mean, she is one of the most devastating batters in the white ball format in women's cricket in South Africa. She's also been put down early up, and she capitalized, and that is exactly what Danae van Niekerk is doing now.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. She's really putting the hammer down now. She knows that this is basically a free play for her at this stage. She can actually really make sure that she goes hard after the bowling now. Still got 10 wickets in the dugout, so she can really push hard, try and get them as close to that 150, 160 mark as she possibly can. As we see Kazimati continuing from the commentary box end.
Tunnicliffe down the ground, down the wicket, out to Asaki Nyawani, who does the fielding, and 1 run added to the total. 105 without loss, a dream start for the World Sports Betting Western Province. Kayakaze Mate into Danae van Niekerk, who's on 60. There's a chance here, but it's wider Winster in the gap, 4 runs. Well executed shot, Danae van Niekerk.
She's really picking a spot here today, Mr. K, toying with the Gardenwood Badgers bowlers, walking across the stumps, and it's this one dead straight, beating Janae Winster to the fence. Martin to Van Niekerk again. She walks across again. Face taken off this time around by Kayakaze Martin. Ends up being a Yorker, preventing Danae to score anything of their delivery. Been a while since we've seen a dot ball here this morning, Mr. K.
Yeah, I know, that's right up. Van Niekerk is on 64. She only faced 43 deliveries. And the partnership is a very healthy 109. And that should be a new Western Province record. Tunnicliffe on 41, Van Niekerk on 64.
Scores now moved on to 110 after 12.4. Pulling wide outside the leg, still down the leg side. Kayakaze Martin bowling this one, and it races away to the boundary for 4.
Not a great effort by Nadine Moody, the wicketkeeper.
4 wides on this occasion, signaled by umpire Sunbury Stratham.
So Mate into Tunnicliffe. Full toss.
Full toss.
6.
Whacked across the leg side for 6.
The Badgers, they haven't pitched up today.
They've not pitched up at all here today, Mr. K. Not at all.
Western Province really capitalized on a very mediocre performance from the home side. And they are 121 without loss, and we're into over number 13.
Get back to that record partnership you were speaking about earlier, Mr. K. This is definitely a record between Tunnicliffe and Van Niekerk. Previous record held by Stacey Leque, who's now an umpire on the circuit, and Tunnicliffe of 140. They've surpassed that by 7 runs already. Tunnicliffe and Van Niekerk is Marty bowls this one.
That record was put up not so long ago in a 21-22 season against Easterns. And credit to Van Niekerk and Tunnicliffe. So Janae Winstrey's back into the attack. She bowled 2 overs. Both those 2 overs she bowled in a power play. She conceded 14 runs without any success. She will bowl around the wicket to Danae van Niekerk. Lots of flight. Andrews.
Chance. Not quite getting there, Michaela.
Great effort from Michaela Andrews, but it's 4 runs. And van Niekerk, she's on fire. She's furious about what happened yesterday. And she's capitalized on this very mediocre bowling performance.
You would have definitely had a heart in her mouth as that ball was going towards Michaela Andrews. Michaela Andrews putting in the dive to try and get there. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. Danae van Niekerk now moves on to 69. And the total is moved on to 125 without loss.
That one in straight to Winster, who does the fielding from her own bowling. No run added to the total. There's an opportunity there. Just dropped short of Yana Nel.
Van Niekerk slicing this one, looking to go straight towards the side screen again.
A great effort there. And there's a beautiful Afrikaans translation for that ball. But that one capitalized, and that's maximum from Van Niekerk. She hit that ball straight over for 6, taking the score to 120, 131 in over number 14. Western Province are running away with things here. So Winster will continue. The ball is just inspected by umpire Andre would have been very experienced. Just make sure it's the same ball that's been returned. Van Niekerk, will this be an opportunity? Oh, Larimer has got a hand to that. And Van Niekerk put down for the third time in this innings. Gershon, that was a difficult chance, but you think that's catchable?
Very difficult chances for Lawrence, Mr. K, but there was another fielder that was closer than her to it, just didn't want it and didn't go for it at all.
Yeah, and that fielder was Asaki and Giovanni. One 3-3 without loss.
Looking at the records again, Mr. K, we see Dan Van Niekerk hitting this one straight to Asaki and Giovanni for another single. The highest total by the Western Province ladies against Gardenwood Badgers previously is 150 batting first, 155 batting second. They're definitely looking to go past that at this stage.
Yeah, that was scored in Newlands.
Yes, Mr. K.
I don't think they will have a problem to surpass that.
At this stage, not at all, Mr. K. Not at all.
So there's a change in bowling from the commentary box end. We've got Vuya Bonwa replacing Kayakaze Mate. There's an opportunity here. No, it's not an opportunity. It's 6. Over the head of Kayakaze Mate. And, well, this is becoming a murdering effort here.
It's becoming a massacre here, Mr. K. As we see this one bowled full with no pace behind it from Vuyo Bonwa, and Dane van der Kerk just stands and delivering this one straight for 6. I think Dane van der Kerk is starting to put the hammer down now, Mr. K. We see the run rate has increased right back up to 9.9. Looking to finish off these last.
Yeah, momentum definitely.
Bonya in again to Van der Kerk. This time she hits it out towards the leg side where there's no fielder.
2 bounces over the fence for 4. Van Niekerk, he's punishing the Badgers.
That boundary moves Dane van der Kerk on to 88 runs. So you'll have 100 inside here, Mr. K, with only 12 runs still needed for her to get to that magical milestone. 140 without loss at this stage.
Yeah, she capitalized and took advantage of 3 drop catches. The first one when she was on naught.
I have to say she's got a very strong leg side game, Mr. K.
No, she's all around.
From outside of stump into the leg side again. Faith Annicliff has been the quiet one today, Mr. K.
She's been exceptionally quiet
Without
by
us,
her own standards.
without us noticing, she's crept up to 47 runs already. And better than a run the ball. Bonya into Tunnicliffe.
Airborne in the gap, 4 runs.
And
Great shot.
That brings up the half century for Faith Tunnicliffe as well. As this partnership now grows to 149 runs without any wickets down.
And the Badgers will be disappointed. And they all cannot every time rely on Yana Nell. So Yana cannot take ownership for this herself. But if they could surpass the target here today, that will be something very special. But Van Niekerk hit straight. Good fielding done by Kayakaze Mate. 1 run added to the total. 150 up.
Still 150 runs on the board with still 1 run remaining in the 15th over. They've gotten the run rate back up to 10, Mr. Ken.
Absolutely.
Bonya to Van Niekerk cheats this one down to long off where Asaki Giovanni does the fielding. That brings to an end the 15th over. 151 without lost, and Ney van Niekerk on 90 runs not out, and Faye Tunnicliffe currently on 52 runs not out.
Yeah, between overs 10 and 15, Western Province has scored 61 runs in those 5 overs, which is testimony of the domination of this innings by Western Province.
As we see another change in bowling, Giselle Abrams being brought back into the attack from the Freda Street end. She's bowled 2 overs so far. She's gone for 15 runs. Abrams to Van Niekerk. Backs away looking to pierce the gap on the offside, and she does so comfortably. This one in a race with Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg to the boundary. And
yeah, Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg has done well to prevent a boundary there, as Van Niekerk picked up a couple.
okay, not to be overcritical, and I know that I've mentioned it before already. There must definitely be something that we are not aware of, because you are allowed one more extra field
Yeah, I
on the boundary.
also we can maybe make contact with the commentators, but I'm also a bit baffled as Van Niekerk took advantage and 4 more added to her total, taking her tally to 96.
And what makes it more difficult to understand is the fact that that fielder just came up so that they could put a sweeper on the offside. And then Ney van Niekerk, being the experienced player that she is, goes on down on one, he sweeps it over the vacant area towards the square leg boundary, and she earns herself another 4. She's now moved on to 96 runs.
So the projected score for Western Province is 200 plus. Abrams to Van Niekerk.
Leads this one straight. And the fielding is done on the boundary.
And she will come back for a second, we'll taking her to 90. No, they settled for a single.
That single brings Faye Tunnicliffe on strike.
Tunnicliffe on 52. Protection out wide. Stopped by Kayakaze Mate.
Abrams to Van Niekerk. Throws this one up outside the off stump, a little bit too wide. As wide as signaled by umpire Andrew Olivier. Scores now moved to 160 runs, 15.4 overs. Abrams to Van Niekerk again.
Good bowling from Abrams.
Van Niekerk just giving herself some room, punching this one out to the sweeper on the offside, where Kayakaze Mate does the fielding. That brings an end to over number 16.
Now, Gershon, we spoke about, and we're speaking about high totals. This season at the DP World Wanderers in Johannesburg, Western Province has scored 198 for 4 against the Lions.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Kane. That seems to be the highest total ever in the Hollywoodbets Pro20 series.
That's correct, yeah. So, I mean, we've been very critical today. I was just surprised to win the toss on that specific day. But nevertheless, it's irrelevant. There's 4 overs left, 161 without loss. And Michaela Andrews will return to the commentary box end, where she will operate with Van Niekerk on 98. Andrews has bowled 2 overs and she conceded 20 runs thus far. Also a slow start yesterday.
Very similar to yesterday, Mr.
Yeah,
K.
very
2 balls
much.
for 20 runs, and then she pulled it back towards the backhand. But what will be interesting to see is we're heading towards the business stage of this innings now, where you normally have your finishers batting and they look to maximize every single ball that they're facing to try and get you to a projected total. As we see Andrews running into Van Niekerk.
Straight to Julia Hall.
Good start to the 17th over here by Michaela Andrews. Dot ball. I haven't said that in a while.
No.
Andrews in again to Van Niekerk. This time she tries to give herself a bit of room.
2 consecutive dot balls.
And this is exactly what the Garden Badgers keeper Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg will expect from an experienced bowler in Michaela Andrews at this stage, to try and bowl as many dot balls as he possibly can to try and restrict this Western Province woman from getting to 180 at this stage.
Correct. Andrews to Van Niekerk. She'll get a single, taking her to 99.
Andrews in again to Tunnicliffe. Full delivery, she hits it out towards the long off fielder, where Safin Giovanni does the fielding. Only 1 run.
So Van Niekerk is on 99.
She hits that one into the leg side, just tucks it around the corner and strolls across to get to that magical 3-figure mark. 100 runs for Danae van Niekerk.
Well played, Danae Van Niekerk. As there's a very sporty hand also from the Badgers fielders. She will be very happy, but I mean, the high standards that she's setting herself, and that will not be reflected in her records. She was dropped 3 times, including a drop catch or naught.
100 runs coming off.
But well played, Danae Van Niekerk. Excellent innings. And she will also be eyeing a record. The highest innings total for Western Province is a partner on the other side. That record is held by Faith Tunnicliffe, who scored 108. There's an opportunity for a run out here and couldn't capitalize. Faith Tunnicliffe scored 108 for Western Province against the Titans last season at Centurion, and that 108 was scored from only 68 deliveries. So well played. The partnership now 165, and there's 3 overs left. I think we can confidently say that they will be aiming to at least 188, 185.
Definitely think 180 is still on the cards without putting any unnecessary pressure on themselves and just batting the way that they've been doing this whole morning. I do feel that from the Western Province team side that they'll feel that they need to maximize this last field and try and push it a bit deeper as they look to set possibly a target closer to 200. The job of Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg and her team would be to try and restrict them to 180 runs or less. That would be ideal.
As Jansen van Rensburg will bowl over number 18. She conceded 20 runs in the 2 overs that she bowled today. Into Tunnicliffe. Straight to Asake Nyavane. Oh, that's a run out chance. And she's run out. She's run out. For some reason, Van Niekerk doesn't look happy. We can have a look at that. Gershon for me looked pretty adjacent.
Pretty close call there, Mr. K.
We will have a look at that.
Umpire Sunbury Strader probably had the best view. As we watch it again on the replay. into the leg side by Danny Cliff. They set off with a run. Good throw by Saaknyuvane. Ooh.
That looked very close to us.
Definitely very close there. We can safely say that umpire Sunrich made him with the best view to give that up. Welcome breakthrough there for the Gardenwood Badgers women. As the score is now 165 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Nathan Nickegg losing a wicket for a well-played 100 of 64 balls. That brings to the crease Babette de Leerde.
The wicket-keeper batsman from Western Province. Good fielding there by Asake Nyavani. Creating that run out. The leader.
Walking right across the stumps here, Mr. K, trying to play this one into the vacant fine leg area.
She'll pick up a couple.
Very innovative shot that by Babette de Leerde.
Very innovative up front.
Very first ball that she's faced, walks right across the stumps, popping this one into the vacant fine leg area, and she collects 2 runs from that.
Yeah, well played. Dane van Niekerk scoring 164 deliveries. Van Rensburg into the leader.
This one just punched onto the offside where Giselle Abrams has the fielding, but she can't stop them from scampering through for a single. Very good running between these two batters, Mr. K.
Yeah, very good running. Tunnicliffe is on 55. She was the junior partner in that 165 run partnership for the first wicket with Dane van Niekerk. And well done to her, scoring a half century yesterday and again today, giving herself some space. That's a well executed shot into the gap. She beats Julia Hall and 4 runs over extra cover.
That's been a trademark of hers today, Mr. K, running down the wicket, making sure that she puts a little bit more pace onto the ball, creating pace for herself, beating extra cover, as well as Julia Hall can't quite get there on the boundary. This time around, she goes deep back into her crease, looking to hit it as straight as she possibly can. 1 bounce towards Julia Hall, who fields it on the boundary.
Yeah, Julia Hall patrolling the long off boundary. She's also operating with a very strong arm. She throw that ball back. Well, it's the ebb and flow. There's 13 balls left, 173. The question is, will they reach the magical 200? Well bowled.
It brings to an end over number 18. This current score 173 for 1. Tunnicliffe on 60 and Babette de Leerde just joining her at the crease. She's only added 3 runs to her total at this stage.
So we will now see who will bowl the penultimate over of this match, or this innings rather. It seems to be that it will be Michaela Andrews. Michaela has bowled 3 overs. She conceded 24 runs without picking up a wicket. As we watch Andrews running into bowl to Tunnicliffe, hit out to Kayakazi Mate, long on boundary, 1 run added to the total. England currently playing in Bloemfontein, that one's off test match against the South African Proteas, 71 for 1. They also had a very good start after only 15 overs. We saw that Henri Derksen is currently operating with Nadine de Klerk. De Leerde.
The leader again moving across the stuff, Mr. K, looking to get this one into that vacant area. Still no fine leg in play.
Yeah.
Garden badges. And that's 2 shots now that Babette the leader is trying to play it into that area. Only gets 1 run on this occasion.
Now I can sense that the badges women are licking their lips off to come and have a bat.
You sure looks that way, Mr. K.
Well bowled. Oh, that's not out. Direct hit from Julia Hall from close by. But Babette de Leerde back in a crease. No run added to the total. 175 for 1. And bearing in mind that opening stand between Van Niekerk and Tunnicliffe was 165. It's straight to Jana Nel. It's on the circle. It does the fielding and prevent any score, any runs added to the total.
Interesting to see Mr. K, that Tunnicliffe trying to stick towards the leg side to open up that offside. There's no sweep on the offside boundary at this stage. Andrews into Tunnicliffe. He advances down the wicket this time around, beats the fielder at extra cover.
Asaka Nywane runs around and
2 runs added to
2 runs added to the total. 177 for 1. And we've got 7 legitimate deliveries left in this innings.
One thing that we have to comment the Garden badges on today, Mr. K, is that they haven't bowled a lot of extra deliveries.
No, that is very true. That's the one thing which they improved on yesterday. Andrews to Tunnicliffe. That will be a single out to Kayakaze Mate. And that brings the end to the penultimate over. 178 for 1. And the last over will be bowled seemingly by the captain, Colleen Janse van Rensburg. So Janse van Rensburg comes in to bowl over number 20. 178 for 1. Advances down the track. And that one is hit over the fence. That's a big hit from Tunnicliffe.
Tunnicliffe looking to maximize his last over here, Mr. K. Already a good start to the over. Hitting this one over the end of Laura Moritz, doing the fielding on the long on boundary. All the way for 6. That maximum takes Tunnicliffe to 70 runs.
Yeah, she's been a junior partner in this innings for the first wicket partnership. Janse van Rensburg into Tunnicliffe.
This time around, she goes much straighter. She didn't hit that one as cleanly.
Straight to Julia, always an opportunity there, but well run by Babette de Leerde running to the danger end. Adding 2 more, taking the score to 178. Sorry, 186.
Runs down the wicket again. This time she drags this one into the leg side.
Good fielding there on the fence by Lara Maritz. Running around towards the right on the long on boundary. Taking the total to 187 now. Oh, that's a big hit. That's maximum. 6 runs to Tunnicliffe, who's now really capitalizing as she moves on to 78. 5 Tunnicliffe. Pardon, that was Babette Leder.
Nicoline Janssen won't be very happy with herself in this.
No, definitely not.
Missing a length on 2 occasions, and both have gone for maximums. Final over has gone for 15 runs so far, with still 2 balls remaining.
193, and it seems to be that Western Province will get to that magical 200 milestone here. What an onslaught after they've been put into bat.
Janssen van Rensburg into Babette Leder. Straight to the fielder at cover, and
Janae Winster,
another run.
1 run added, 194 for 1. And, well, Tunnicliffe is on 73. She'll be on strike.
With 1 delivery remaining, Mr. Gay.
Advances down the track. Julia Hall is under that one. That's a very good catch to end the innings. A magnificent catch from Julia Hall. That is the end of the innings. 194 for 2 after being put into bat. There was an opening stern of 165 between Danai van Niekerk, who scored a century. Fate Tunnicliffe made 76. And there was 11 not out from Babette Leder. That is a tall order for the Badgers women if they want to take this one over the line.
I definitely agree with you there, Mr. Gay. Very tall order. The Gardenwood Badge women's going to have to come out and bat and get 195 runs in there after 20 overs. Just a correction, Mr. Gay, that last catch was taken by Janae Winster. Very, very good catch by her in the end.
Yeah, that's an exceptional catch. Apologies, Janae, and not by Julia Hall, as I already initially commentated. Thanks for that. So we will be back in 10 minutes to look if the Badgers can come to the party again and score a record chase of 195 to take this one over the line. Gershon, just in summary, they were very disappointed with their performance today.
I think they definitely will be disappointed, Mr. Gay, with that bowling performance, but we also have to give credit to the batting of Danai van Niekerk. She really showed her class here this morning, and the Gardenwood Badgers women's team just didn't have any answers to the way she went about her business today. Yes, disappointed, but they would also feel that they still have got 20 overs in which they can go and break the record books like they did the last time up.
We'll be back soon.
Badges opening batters in Yana Nell and Nadine Moodley look to take aim at the 194 runs that the Western Province women scored in their allotted innings. Very tall order, very tall ask here that the Gardenwood Badgers have to go out and achieve. It's not an impossible feat. They just need to get themselves off to a good start here. Partnership is going to be key, and it'll be key for them to make sure that they're very severe on any loose delivery that they might face here this afternoon from the Western Province women. Yana Nell and Nadine Moodley just waiting to see who will open the bowling today for the Western Province ladies. By the looks of it, it seems as if they'll start their innings from the commentary box end this morning. 195 runs to win this game. Very tall order, tall ask here. Mr. K, your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it will require something more than just special and more than very special to reach this massive total of 195, courtesy of a century by Danae van Niekerk and 77 from Tanny Clip. Opening stand of 165, and I can assume that the Badgers, they will need to get themselves in front right from the beginning. That power play of Western Province, which set the foundation, was 60 runs in that first 6 overs without losing a wicket.
They will have to get going from the onset. Guys, see Tatum Leroux preparing to bowl the first over.
Interesting pants that they've got on. The red underneath. Interesting design, Gershon.
Very interesting, Mr. K. I have to say, I've been impressed with the design of their clothing this season. Not just in their male counterparts as well.
Correct.
As we see Nadine Moodley getting ready to face up with the first ball from Tatum Leroux. Asking rate at this stage, before that first ball is even bowled, the asking rate will be sitting at 9.7 runs to the over.
And to be safe, they can make it 10. Remember, they chased down that big target yesterday in 45 overs, 210. And Nadine Moodley is on strike with Leroux running in to Moodley. And she's immediately off the mark as Babette de Leeuw run around, and that's the fielding.
I think that Dean Moodley will take a bit of confidence from her. Not yesterday as well. She'll be disappointed in not kicking on after getting a pretty decent start. She'll be looking to play a very supportive role here today to Yana Nell. Yana Nell was the natural aggressor in this format, and she scored a brilliant knock of 95 yesterday.
Kelsey Adams at first slip. And what a way to start proceedings. Nell hammers that one through the offside, and she picked up 4. A dream start.
Yana Nell definitely looking to keep on where she left off yesterday. Starting this one with a full and wide delivery from Leroux outside of the off stump, and Yana Nell making sure that she cashes in, stroking this one to the boundary exquisitely for 4.
Leroux to Nell, forward defensive.
Interesting to see, Mr. K, that Danae van Niekerk is not on the park at this stage.
Yeah, you picked it up. Great observation. Oh, well bowled by Leroux.
Leroux persisting with that line just around the 5th stump area. Yana Nell having struck one of those deliveries all the way to the boundary early on. She'll be disappointed missing out there. As you see Leroux running in again.
Good bowling from Leroux.
That's one nipping back in off the seam towards Yana Nell. And it goes through to the keeper, the leader, harmlessly. immediate change in the field as we see one more ball remaining in the over, both third man and finally being brought up long on long off, dropping back to the boundary for the last ball of the over.
There's an
It's a
appeal.
massive
That's the end.
appeal. And
That's a massive wicket. Good bowling from LaRue. Caught behind. And that is the end of Jana Nel. Caught behind by Babette Leader for 4. And Western Province, a very important breakthrough early up. And you can see the celebration and the relief to see the back of Jana Nel. Good bowling, Gershon.
I agree, Mr. Gay. LaRue persisting with that line just on and around that off stump mark. And I'm now looking to carve this one through the offside, just getting a slight edge to it. And the leader does the rest. At the end of the first over, the score then 5-1. Darren Badgers losing the wicket of Jana now. As we see Asaki and Yowane walking to the crease to join Nadine Woodley.
Yeah, Asaki and Yowane would like to prove a point here. It was not her day in the field. She put down 2 catches.
We see the new ball bowler from the commentary box and Caitlin Weingart. And she'll be preparing to take aim at Nadine Woodley.
Yeah, it's an interesting game in Durban between the DP World Lions. They scored 126 for 3 today. And the Hollywoodbets Dolphins is the lock leaders. I think they will be aiming to get a bonus point because should Western Province win here by a bonus point and the Lions not, the 2 teams will be square.
Weingart to Woodley. Swinging delivery outside of the off stump. But better leader tied this up at the back. Weingart in again. This time full swinging delivery.
Good stop there. Was it the captain, Jones?
Yes, Mr. Case. Jones diving forward to try and stop that one. Got a hand to it. It seems like he's done himself some mischief. As we have a look at it again on the replay, full delivery, swinging away from the right hand. A beautiful shot by Nadine Woodley. And the fielding was up to scratch by Leah Jones in the covers, preventing a run.
Weingart. Well, compliment to the Badgers bowlers. In spite of conceding a massive total, we haven't seen a lot of wides today.
Massive improvement from yesterday. They bowled 29 wides yesterday, Mr. King. And still came out on top.
And Western Province were also very naughty. There's a swing from Woodley. And the bounce decept the wicketkeeper, Babette Leader, umpire, summary, straight on signals 4 byes. And the Badgers will gladly take that.
Yeah, Mr. Kim, we had a very similar day at the office from Babette Leader yesterday, where she actually let quite a few buys through. Could be as a result of the bounce or lack thereof. Weingart and Woodley.
That was hit firmly. There's an opportunity for a run out and a misfield and not a great throw. And there was an opportunity there to get rid of Asaki and Yowane as they scrambled through for a single.
Score moves on to 10 for the loss of the 1 wicket. One more ball remaining in the second over. As Giovanni takes guard.
Wide up the diving by Ben de Leeuw. And 4 runs for Asake Nyavane. De Leeuw a bit slow to move there.
Very slow to move there, Mr. Gay. Bit sluggish from Babette de Leeuw. Very untidy work from her this morning.
So 14 for 1 after 2 overs. Not a bad start. Unfortunately for the Badgers, Yana now has been dismissed. As Tatum LaRue will run in from the Freire Street end of the ground, bowling to Nadine Woodley. It's straight out to mid-off, where the fielding has been done. No run added to the total.
One thing that will be in the back of the mind of the Garden-Wood-Bets women batters out there today, Mr. K, they'll be keeping an eye, very close eye on that asking rate. They don't want it to get too far ahead of them. They need to make sure that they stay in touch with that asking rate in order to stand a chance here today.
Oh, that's a well-executed shot from Woodley. Misfield, unfortunately, by Nosipho Vezi, who does the misfield there. I was very impressed with the bowling of Nosipho Vezi yesterday.
She did bowl very well yesterday, Mr. K. As we see that one again on the replay, went straight through it. She did all the hard work, got there in time, just couldn't get her hand to try and stop that from going into the boundary row.
So we could see the encouragement from the first lip, Kelsey Adams. She was also licking her lips after having a bat today.
They'd be disappointed not having gotten a chance to get up there, Mr. K. Sheila Rue in again to Moodley. Moodley tries to.
Oh, that's very good fielding. A very good piece of fielding. Is it 5 Tunnicliffe?
That is definitely Mr. K.
Yeah, that's very good fielding from Tunnicliffe. Diving towards the left, preventing a certain boundary. Tatum LaRue into Asake Nyavane. Well played. Work for Vezi as he runs around. This time she picks it up neatly and prevent further runs as it's single.
LaRue into Moodley. Moodley backing.
Oh, that's a good delivery from LaRue. Well executed.
Moodley backing away slightly from the stumps to try and create the gap through that offside, try and free the hands. Tatum LaRue on this occasion follows her to make sure that she doesn't get any proper swing at that delivery, and she only gets to punch it straight back to the bowler for no run. And again, we see a change in the field for the last delivery of the over to try and protect the over as both third man and finally comes up. Sweeper goes out on the offside, as well as a fielder on long off. Mid off and move to long off as LaRue runs in again to Moodley.
Oh, that's a great shot from Moodley. Will it reach the boundary? There's a chase there. Just stop. And they will pick up 2.
Very encouraging signs here for the Garden-Wood-Badgers, the way Nadine Woodley is setting, he's going about her business here, Mr. K. She really looks to be the aggressor in this innings after that early loss of Jana now.
Yeah, she showed glimpses of potential in the previous encounter here, also in a Pro20 match against the Knights, where she batted with lots of fluency. If I'm not mistaken, she made 39 in that specific innings, and the intent is very clear. So 3 overs gone, 22 for 1, and the Badgers not out of it as yet. So Asaka Nyawani on strike. Captain Weingart. Oh, there's a cut there. Missing through to the keeper, Babette Leder. Yeah, as you correctly said earlier in commentary, we haven't seen the Centurion on the park, Danai van Niekerk.
Yeah, Mr. Gibb probably taking a bit of a break after batting for the better part of the allotted 20 overs that the Western Province women were out in the middle, putting that score together as we see Weingart into Nyovani again.
Good bowling, but there will not be any addition to the total.
But if indecision there by the two batters, Mr. K, not really knowing should they or shouldn't they take the run.
Correct. Yeah, she batted for the majority of the 20 overs, and as we said, scoring a very good 100. She was dropped 3 times, but that century came off only 64 balls before she was run out.
And run out by the batter that's currently on strike, Asaki Nyovani.
Correct. And also dropped twice by the batter on strike.
Weingart into Nyovani. Really straightish delivery this time around. Asaki keeps it out. No run there to the total.
Yeah, I think we've just made a correction here. We just picked up that Faye Tunnicliffe is keeping Wicket today and not Babette de Leder. Just rectify that. Babette kept Wicket yesterday. She's on the outfield. Fielding currently at mid-on, wearing shirt number 1. So just a correction there. So the wicket keeper is Faye Tunnicliffe. Also took the catch to get rid of Jana Nel. So apologies for that. We corrected it. It's unfortunately indicated differently on the team sheet that we receive. But thanks to our fellow commentator from Cape Town, James King, for alerting us on that. Thank you, James, and also thank you for following this broadcast here live from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn.
Asaki it's this one
In the
into the
pocket.
left side.
Should be a couple. As Asaka Nyavani returns, fielding is done, and she picked up a very important couple there, taking the score to 25 for 1. 1 ball left in over number 4. Cut hard. That's a misfield, and that one will run away for a valuable boundary. Great execution there by the batter, and taking the score to 29 after 4 overs.
Yes, Mr. K, short and wide on this occasion from Caitlin Weingart. Asaki Giovanni obliging, hitting this one very hard into the ground, past the fielder, backward point, and it races to the boundary for 4. Giovanni swiftly moved on to 11. Nadine Mootley currently on 9. Partnership with 24 runs and the current score 29 after the first 4 overs. That asking rate currently sitting at 10.
I don't think 10 will be a big headache currently to the Badgers. But we must also keep in mind that there's only 2 overs left in this power play.
We see another change in bowling. The left arm orthodox of Wicket is so being brought into the attack inside the power play. Seems to be a massive discussion going on.
Yeah, there's a massive discussion there involving the captain.
We have to make mention of the fact that Isel yesterday, when she came on in her very first over, claimed 2 wickets, and she'll be looking to do more or less the same as she comes on to bowl inside the power play today. Jana now took a liking to her towards the middle and the back part of the innings yesterday, hitting her for quite a numerous amount of sixes straight over her head as well as towards the cow corner area. Nadine Moodland will be looking to do exactly the same as she comes on to bowl. Isel with her left armers. She only a fielder at cow corner and a fielder on long on doing boundary duties. Isel to Moodley. Floats this one up.
Straight to Vezi. Does the fielding.
Definitely not shy to float it up there, Mr. Cameron.
No, definitely not. She operated yesterday for the majority of her 10 overs from the commentary box end of the ground. Capitalized by Moodley and hit for 4. Ball was pretty high. For once, they've thought that the umpires can consider a no ball above waist height. But I was wrong. And 4 runs added to Nadine Moodley.
Moodley running down at that one, Mr. Cameron, making sure that she finds the gap on the left side, beating the fielder and deep in the wicket. 1 bounce and over the fence.
Yeah, always a barometer to gauge your innings. They're currently 10 runs behind on the Duckworth Lewis pass score, and that was mainly, I think, because of the wicket of Jana Nel. That gap is currently 10 runs. It's quite a breeze blowing here across the ground, seemingly from the southwest. Moodley, she pierced the gap in the offside. Will that one run away? Chased by Kelsey Adams. She will most probably stop that ball and preventing a boundary, and 2 runs added to Nadine Moodley, taking a total to 15.
I have to be critical about the captaincy of Leah Jones here, the Western Province keeper, Mr. Cameron. With the breeze going across the ground the way that it is, just think that it's better to be bowling your off spinner from the other end to get a bit of drift.
Yeah, and there's some more runs. There will be 2 runs added to the total.
Waiting for umpire Andrew Woolfield, and they have a signal goes up 2 wides.
Comes 2 wides. Speaking about wides, the Badgers did well to restrict the extras, Mrs. Extras. Yesterday they were very, very naughty, both teams, and we will see ESO operating from the Freely Street end of the ground. Rivka ESO, there's an appeal.
Massive appeal.
That's a massive appeal, and umpire Andre Willefeed is unmoved. Just having a look at that one again. We'll not be able to see Goshen.
You can only think that it's sliding down on this occasion, Mr. Case. We see even the wicketkeeper Tunnicliffe move down towards the leg side.
Always a good indication.
So then finishes her over.
That's the end of over number 5. 39 for 1.
You see another change in bowling from the commentary box, and captain is about to bring on herself, Leah Jones. She's just marshalling the troops, making sure that she get the fielders in the correct positions. Power play 5 overs so far, 38 for the loss of just the 1 wicket. 157 more runs to win for the Woodbets women.
Yeah, and of course that 1 wicket is the very, very important wicket of Jana Nel. She was caught by the wicketkeeper, Faith Tunnicliffe, and that was from the bowling of Leroux, as we will watch the captain, Leah Jones, the number 7 on her back, bowling to Asaka and Yavana, and that one is swaying down leg side, hit the pads, no addition to the total.
Asaka Yavana currently on 11, Nadine Moodley so far added 15 to the total. These two batters looking to build this partnership and set up a platform from which the batters to come or to follow them later, from which they can launch. Jones into Nyovane. But a swing on offer for Jones, as this one just stays inside the wide line.
Yeah, but a swing away from the right-hander.
I think Jones, as the skipper of this Western Province women's team, will be keen to get out of this power play unscathed, or as little as possible runs conceded. This one is short, hitting to the leg side by Nyovane. Fielding down there by Rivka Esau, and she restricted from taking a single.
Yeah, England dominating proceedings on day 1 of the once-off test match in Bloemfontein. They are currently 102 for 1, and that is after 25 overs. And there's also a very important international clash going on in Brisbane. Oh, that's a massive hit from Asaka Nyovane. Yes, it's full, maximum 6. It's a great shot by Asaka Nyovane. She really picked that one up, Gershon.
Asaka Nyovane on this occasion running down the wicket, Mr. K. Shows us there's a lack of pace in the wicket today. And she hits this one over the leg side boundary for 6.
Yeah, in the context of the Test Championships of the ICC for men, the third test between Australia and India is quite relevant. It's been playing at the Gabba in Brisbane. India chooses to field Australia at stumps 405 for 7. So a very good start to Australia. Stephen Smith making 101, and after the controversy of Test match number 2 that was played at Adelaide, Trevor's hat making 152. Made 152. Well. Asaka Nyovane has sparked some changes to the field.
2 fielders now posted on the leg side as Jones runs into Asaka Nyovane again.
It's a wide and misfielded by wicketkeeper Faith Tunnicliffe. And that's leg by signal by umpire Sunmarie Stradel.
Again, Jones changing her field, putting in a short third man. 2 fielders posted on the boundary. One just in front of where the second one doing duty on the cow corner deep mid wicket boundary as she runs into Moodley this time around.
Oh, that's a well executed shot by Nadine Moodley. Gershon, that's a beautiful cricket shot.
Very good cricket shot that by Nadine Moodley. She knew exactly where the fielders were. She went straight for this one over the head of the fielder doing duty at mid on. Couple of bounces into the ropes for 4.
And that brought us an end to the power play. The Badgers, not out of it yet, 49 for 1. Competitive score. Western Province were 60 without loss, and that was courtesy of a brilliant knock by Danae van Niekerk and supported by Faith Tunnicliffe.
Yes, Mr. Gay, that's the end of the power play. 49 runs. The score currently for the Woodbets women, they need another 146 runs to win. As we see Rivka Eso to continue from the Frida Street end, and she'll be bowling to Asaki Nyuvane at this stage, who's moved on to 17 runs. Nadine Moodley on 19.
Yeso conceded 9 runs in the opening over. And in the context of the game, 9 runs to the over, the Badgers will be happy with that. And to get the odd one more than 10 to the over. Oh, that's in the gap. That will be 4 runs to Asaki Nyuvane. Oh, there's some very good fielding there. Was that Caitlin Weingart?
Yes, Mr. Caitlin Weingart doing the fielding there, getting around to stop that boundary. Brings up the 50 for the Garden Route Badgers. Asaki Nyuvane looking to be the aggressor here, taking on the bowlers, running down the wicket, making sure that she keeps that scoreboard moving and that asking rate within distance of the Garden Route Badgers woman.
Fielded by Vezi, having a shy at the stumps. Just that previous delivery, we must compliment the effort from Caitlin Weingart on the boundary. I thought that one was racing towards the boundary. She made a very good 25, 30 meters towards her right and preventing a certain boundary.
Airborne. Chance.
And that is not very good fielding from Kelsey Adams. And they will go through for a second. Now, Kelsey Adams, there was not a lot of confidence the way how she approaches to catch that ball.
Sarah Smith, Mr. Gay.
Sorry for that.
She's on the field in place of Danae van der Kerk, the Centurion, today.
Apologies for Kelsey Adams. There's Kelsey Adams fielding, patrolling the boundary. That's Sarah Smith. And she's bowled. That is the departure of Asaki Nyuvane. Not an expensive drop catch by Sarah Smith. And Asaki Nyuvane clean bowled by Rivka Eso.
Asaki Nyuvane again looking to hit this one into the leg side, into that vacant cow corner area. Unfortunately missing the old adage again of you miss, I hit on this occasion for Rivka Eso, and Asaki is to depart. I have to say, Mr. K, this is 2 days in a row now where Asaki Nyuvane showed a little bit of promise with the bat, but she struggles to convert those starts into the big innings that the Garden Badgers actually needed or required of her today. Score now 53 for the loss of 2 wickets after 6.4 overs, as we see Nadine Moodley joined by Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg, the captain and the vice captain at the crease at the moment.
Breakthrough for Rivka Eso. She will continue bowling to the skipper Nicoline Janssen van Rensburg.
Bowls this one fairly straight. Janssen van Rensburg just hitting it straight back to the bowler. No run added to the over. It brings the over to the end. 7 overs gone. 53 for 2. Required rate creeping up ever so slightly, increased to 10.9 at this stage.
Yeah, it's definitely Western Province with the departure of Asaki Nyuvane and this over from Rivka Eso will start getting advantage here. This will be a crucial partnership in the context of the outcome of this match.
Captain and vice captain at the crease at the moment, Mr. Kennedy would look to build this partnership, make sure that they have some sort of a platform from which the batters to follow can try and launch and get themselves over the line or close as possible to that total. As we see Leah Jones moving for 10 runs off her first over to continue from the commentary box in.
Well executed shot by Moodley, and that will be 4 runs. That'll be 4 runs. We mentioned the importance of this partnership, but on top of that, Gershon, Moodley will be key in his run chase for the Badgers.
Definitely, definitely, she's got that ability to find the boundary at will here, making sure that she just pops this one past square leg. Too quick for Kelsey Adams to get around and try and save the boundary.
There's a little bit of hesitation, but there was always a signal as Faye Tunnicliffe get rid of the gloves. Does the fielding, the score moves on to 57. 58, pardon. And that is the departure of Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Caught and bowl, and that's a big wicket in the context of this game.
Very tame, this missile there, Mr. K. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, just hitting that, popping this one up straight back at Leah Jones, who takes the catch. And Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg has to depart without troubling the scorers.
I think there was a taking pace of the ball there, Gershon.
Definitely be able to tell. You can just have a look at the replay there, Mr. K.
So the captain got rid of the captain.
As we see Michaela Andrews joining Nadine Moodley at the crease now. She was at the crease yesterday and scored a brisk 22 in no time, Mr. K.
Yeah, we definitely need for fun and games here with Kayla Andrews.
She's not going to hang about.
No, definitely not.
Might just take 1 or 2 balls to get herself going, and from there on, we know exactly what to expect from her. She'll be looking to find the boundary at will, yeah. Jones into Andrews.
Forward offensive.
Yes, so does the fielding and at mid-wicket inside the circle and should prevent him from getting through for a single. I think that in this bowling innings of the Western Province women, there's definitely with this wind that's blowing across the ground, a bit of swing on off here for the bowlers.
And that's exactly what we saw there. There's an appeal for court
Massive
behind.
appeal and given out by umpire Sunray straight on.
Yeah, you just mentioned it, Gershon. Definitely some swing around. That ball nipped away from the right-hander, caught behind by Tunnicliffe, and that's a departure of Michaela Andrews. And from here on, Gershon, it's going to be a tough ask for the Badgers.
It'll definitely be a tough ask for the Badgers ladies from here on out, Mr. K. With 4 wickets down, only 58 runs on the board. They are in desperate need of a partnership here, as we see the next betting, Julia Hall. Also a very experienced batter, very aggressive batter, and she'll need to stay there for as long as she possibly can with Nadine Woodley to try and get the Garden Badgers to a very competitive total. Leah Jones, all of a sudden, she's got 2 wickets for only 14 runs, taking 2 wickets in this over. Both Michaela Andrews as well as Nicolene Jansen van Rensburg back in that.
Yeah, the difference between the two teams, it was Hunger Western Province on the other side. It was just a matter that the Badgers hasn't pitched up today, Gershon.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. Just very, I can almost say, lackluster performance by the Gardenwood Badgers women today. But it could be, like you alluded to early on in the broadcast, they could still be a little bit hungover from that brilliant performance that they put up yesterday.
I agree with you. But compliments the Western Province, a team that you do not want to give an opportunity to bounce back. And they've been hurt yesterday. You could see the body language.
Body language and the way they came out to play today, Mr. K, they, from the very first ball that they faced, you could see that they're not taking any prisoners today.
It's a bowling change from the Freire Street end of the ground. A bowler who impressed us yesterday is Vezi. She will run into bowl to Nadine Moodley, who's fighting a lonely battle here. She's on 23 not out.
Moodley leads this one straight to the field and long off. 1 run added to a total, as the fielding on the boundary is done by LeDoux. Julia then getting ready to face her first ball of Nasipo Vezo. What we recall from Vezi from yesterday, Mr. K, very, very military medium pace bowler, wicket to wicket, and she really gives you any freebies to score off.
Correct. And Julia Hall will also be hungry to make an impression. She struggled lately with her form.
Best time for her to come good for the Gardenwood-Bets. Women be on a day like today, Mr. K, as we see that asking rate has gone up to 11.7 at this stage.
Taking the words out of my mouth. Ooh, and she just missed out on that one. A very risky shot earlier in the innings.
Smith on screen, not playing today. So on the field doing duty in place of Dane van der Kerk as Vezi runs into Moodley.
Oh, that's a well executed shot. We'll just drop short of Caitlin Weingart. They're having a shy at the stumps. Caitlin Weingart shows a lot of an ability to move quickly on the outfield.
A lot of energy about it.
Absolutely. I was impressed yesterday with the way that she batted. I thought that the departure of her and her dismissal yesterday gave some advantage to the Badgers. And Julia Hall put that one in the gap, picked up a single, as the fielding has been done by Rivka Jesu, number 24 on her back.
That single takes the score to 62 for the loss of 4 wickets. Moodley on 25, and Julia just got to the trees. She's on 1 more cut.
Oh, that is a well executed, innovative shot by Moodley, and it will run away for 4. Massive chase there from the 12 lady Sarah Smith. She couldn't prevent a single, and as you mentioned earlier, Sarah Smith on the field for Danae Fanikak, the Centurion.
Good to see Nadine Moodley employing a little bit of innovation there. Not just allowing Vezi today to sit and bowl wicket to wicket, stump to stump. Making sure that she makes the bowler think of a different game plan today as well. That brought an end to the over. And the score has moved on to 66 for 4 after 9 overs. Current Badgers will be requiring another 129 runs to win of 11 overs. You see another change in bowling with KSL, who's bowled 2 overs from the furthest street end, replacing Leah Jones at the commentary box end.
And she bowls to Julia Walls on strike. She advances down the track. And Babette the leader runs around, does the fielding, and 1 run added to the total to Julia Wall. It's definitely a stiff breeze. If you look at the shirts of the players blowing across the recreation ground here in beautiful Oudtshoorn.
And I think referees are bowling from this end that Vries will assist them to get some sort of drift away from the right-handed batters. And with her not turning the ball, she'll just slide it on from there, looking to force a mistake, as we see Nadine Woodley running this one down to the vacant third man area. Just the 1 run again, as the fielding is done by the skipper Jones.
Yeah, as we are approaching the halfway stage of this innings, the badge is 68 for 4, and Western Province will be quite happy just to contain the boundaries. They won't mind the singles. If you look at the required rate, which is increasing as the innings progress, it currently sits at 12.1. You will need at least 2 or 3 boundaries and an over to stay in touch with that.
Lowell sweeps this one. Chance for Seal. What
a very good catch. A very good catch taken there.
Seal.
Seal takes a great catch. She will be happy. We don't want to remind her about yesterday, but she put down 1 yesterday, and that's a very good catch. And that's a departure of Julia Hall. Disappointment for Hall. She's really failing to make an impression here. Caught by Seal.
Julia Hall looking to sweep this one from a roundabout off stump. Seal had some ground to cover, getting there. Comfortable catch and then by Oudtshoorn Seal. And with that, Mr. K, that Oudtshoorn has just jumped even higher. It's now sitting at 12.3 as the Hollywoodbets badges are at 68 for the loss of 5 wickets. Violeta Bonya joining Nadine Woodley, who's definitely fighting a lonely battle. Score then currently at 68 for 5, 9.4 overs.
And the new batter in is Vuya Bonya. Vuyu Bonya. Dot ball. No connection through to the keeper. End of over number 10. 68 for 5. Competitive score. Western Province after 10 overs win a driving seat at 91 without loss. And I refer to that great partnership between Danae van die Kerk and Feit Annicliff.
As we see Nasipo Vezi continuing from the furthest street end. First over went for 7 runs and she was bowling to Nadine Woodley, who's on 30 runs at this stage of only 24 balls.
Lonely battle by Moodley.
This one just bouncing over the stumps here from Vezi's Nadine Woodley, looking to give herself some room to pierce that gap on the offside. Vezi in again to Woodley. This time she goes for the little lap scoop again.
Will there be enough power on that? No, there will not be. A seal runs around. They stopped that. I'm just surprised. I think that maybe the player touches the boundary cushion whilst diving and making contact with the ball. But it's not the case. And that's also not interpreted by umpire Andre Olivier. There we can see it on the screen. Great effort. There's the dive. Cheers.
Great effort by Andiswa Mangela to stop that from rolling into the boundary cushion. She had a lot of ground to cover. She got there in the end, as we see a change to the field now to try and stop Nadine with that little ramp shot of hers. 45 has been brought into position.
Straight to the fielder.
Again, Moodley looking to give herself some room to try and hit that to the offside. Daisy following her on this occasion. Only managed to squirt this one out to Rivka Isu, who does the fielding at Wicket. Score currently 70 for 5. Nadine Moodley on 32. 125 runs to win.
And that's a big breakthrough. Not necessarily a breakthrough, but a big wicket. And the Badgers under the pump here. They lost their 6th wicket with a total on 70. Chasing a mammoth target here today.
As we see the departure of
Nadine Moodley.
32 runs. Lara Moritz joins Vuyo Bonya at the crease. Both of them yet to get off the mark. Bonya having faced 2 balls without getting off the mark. Current score 70 for 6. And we see that required rate has gone up above 13 at this stage, Mr. Kenny.
Yeah, that's a tall order. And I can confidently say that Western Province are very likely to walk away here with a bonus point. To prevent a bonus point, the Badgers must score 154. And that is still a long way from here. It's 84 runs with only 4 wickets in hand. And Lara Moritz has joined Vuyo Bonya at the crease.
Nasipo Vezi 1 wicket for 9 runs in the 2nd over. Again, very impressive, Mr. K. Just bowling straight to straight, very straight, wicket to wicket. Nothing fancy, just simple basic cricket from our side. Vezi into Moritz. Moritz just defends this one. No run added in the total. 1 more ball to go in the 11th over. Moritz hits this one through the vacant area on the offside.
Yeah, as the breeze also start picking up here. It's quite a stiff breeze blowing over the ground. Gee, that is quite a stiff wind pumping in Oudtshoorn. And end of the 11th over, 71 for 6. Just to recap what happened earlier this morning, the Badgers has won the toss, and surprisingly, they opted to have a bowl first. Western Province capitalized on that. There was a 165-run opening partnership between Danai van Niekerk, who's been run out on 100. Faith Tunnicliffe was dismissed with the very last ball of the innings, 194 for 2. Tunnicliffe made 73 for Niekerk, 100 from 64 deliveries. And the Badgers are struggling. 11 overs gone. They're 71 for 6. As Rivka ESO will continue bowling from the commentary box end of the ground. And Lara Maritz is on strike. And there will be no run added to the total.
So the figures currently reach 2 wickets for a mere 15 runs, and she's starting her last over.
Yeah, the required rate is 14. That will help Lara Maritz. She'll pick up a couple. She will also feel that she missed out an opportunity there to hit that one for a boundary. And 2 runs will be added to her total. The score now 73.
So to Maritz running down the wicket this time around. Unfortunately, she's unable to beat LaRue, does the fielding, running off the ring, trying to prevent them from taking that single. As we see another dot ball, and the rate jumps up to 14.4 at this stage. So to Maritz, another dot ball. So into Maritz again, runs down the wicket, and she's
Stumped by Tunnicliffe.
Tunnicliffe behind the stumps. Gardenwood Badgers really staring down the barrel now, Mr. Case, and lose wicket number 7 as Lara Maritz is stumped off the bowling of Rivka ESO by Faye Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, as much as the Badgers were impressive yesterday, chasing down a record total here at the recreation ground, today is a day-night change, a different team. Western Province dominating proceedings here, 73 for 7. And the Badgers, as you correctly say, they're staring down the barrel here.
As we see there on the replay, there's the drift that Rivka ESO is getting with this gale force wind that we're experiencing currently here at the recreation ground, drifting the ball through the air away from the right-handed batters, straight into the gloves of Faye Tunnicliffe, and she obliges taking the bails off, and Lara Maritz has to walk back. As we see the new batter walking to the crease, Giselle Abrams joining Violeta Bonia.
So Rivka ESO will continue. She's got 1 ball left in her spell. Very impressive bowling figures. She bagged 3 for 17. And the new batter is on the crease, at the crease. Giselle Abrams will face down. And that will be a dot ball, and a very good, impressive bowling spell of Rivka ESO comes to an end. She picked up 3 for 17 in her allotted 4 overs. The total now is 73 for 7, 8 overs to go, and the required rate is a massive steep hill, 15.2 to the over required.
Safe to say that the Garden Badgers women's team is going to need some sort of a miracle from here if they want to get over the line in this one, Mr. K.
Yeah, and Western Province most likely to walk away with a very important bonus point, which will keep them in touch with the lock leaders, the Dolphins, who's currently playing the Lions in Durban. We will give you an update on that score soon.
As Nosipo Vezi is about to continue from the Vrede Street in.
Dead ball signaled by umpire Andre Olivier.
Bonia on strike as Vezi approaches. Full length delivery again from Nosipo Vezi, and another dot ball. Vezi in again to Bonia.
Dot ball.
No runs being scored so far of this over from Vezi, Mr. K.
She runs into Bonya. And there's an appeal for stumping. Very good work from Faith Tunnicliffe. That's a departure of Bonya. 73 for 8. And the badges are in disarray.
That's the second stumping of this inning so far, Mr. K. Tunnicliffe doing a bit behind the stumps.
Tidy work with the gloves on today by Tunnicliffe.
The badge is now 8 wickets down for 73 runs. Kaya Kazimati joining Giselle Abrams at the crease with the score of 73 for 8.
Yeah, I think the message to Kayakaze Mate will be very clear. Enjoy yourself.
Whether she's batting, bowling, or fielding, I think she always enjoys herself, Mr. K, and we know what we're in for here today. With Kaya Kazimati, she's not going to hang around. Still another 122 runs required for victory. Current rate of scoring is 5.9. Required rate sitting at 16.3. Nosipo Vezi, 2 wickets for 10 runs from 2.3 overs.
Was there an edge there?
Marty getting an edge to this one, Mr. Case, and runs towards the third man boundary. KK turning back for a comfortable 2 runs to get herself going. Score then moves on to 75 for 8. There's in again to KK. Full delivery this time, shoots it straight back past the bowler. Brilliant fielding by the leader prevents him from taking a second run. Only 1 run added to the total. I think it's safe to say that is what we're going to get from Kaya Kazimati.
Absolutely.
Up in that area, she's definitely making sure that it goes to the boundary, taking full advantage of it. There's it to Abrams. This one wide outside of the off stump, and Abrams just lets it go through harmlessly to the keeper. That brings it into the over. 13 overs gone, score 76 for 8. Nosipo Vezi 2 for 13 from her 3 overs. Change in bowling from the commentary box end as we see the skipper Leah Jones bringing himself back into the attack. Marshalling her troops, trying to get the correct fielders in the correct positions. Kaya Kazimati knows only one way of playing here, Mr. K, and we know which way that is.
Yeah, she will not holding back. She will enjoy herself, and why not?
Jones into Kaya Kazimati. Full delivery. She has a big swing at that one. Fortunately for it, misses everything and straight through to the keeper. Dot ball to start off with here by Jones to Mate. Jones in again. Another full length delivery. Mate hits this one out to the long on fielder, where the leader does the tidying up and she restricts him to only 1 run. Score moves on to 77 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, it's an interesting contest in Durban between the Dolphins and the Lions in this very same series. The Dolphins earlier, or the Lions rather, scored 126 for 3, and currently we're into the 9th over, and the Dolphins are at 46 for 2. So it's a very interesting contest, that, and it's very likely, more than likely, that Western Province will walk away with a bonus point here and take down the trip to Cape Town after being defeated yesterday by 3 wickets in a Pro20 series. So the score now 78 for 8. We are into the 14th over. The required rate is a massive 18.5 to the over, and that is a very good appeal. Gee, I thought that was a very good appeal from Leah Jones. Yes, she was on the back foot, hitting her straight in front. Umpire Sunbury Stradum is unmoved.
That one did look very adjacent, but as you see on the replay, Mr. Game,
And only missing leg.
Possibly missing that leg stump. But a misfield there by the keeper. Fate Tunnicliffe, this one hitting a full on the knee.
Yeah, Fate Tunnicliffe, she scored 2 half-centuries the weekend. Today, 73, and yesterday she scored a very nice 52. Unfortunately, could not assist Western Province with a victory today, but a partnership, which is a new Western Province T20 record today between herself and Danae van Niekerk of 165, was crucial in the campaign of Western Province. As we see Vesi running in, and Abrams will not bother the scorers besides a dot ball.
Easy in again. Abrams this time hits it out to the fielder down and on the long on boundary where Caton Weingart tidies it up and gets it in. Only 1 run error to the score, and the score now moves to 79 for 8. Easy to continue to Kaya Kazumate.
Oh, very good stop there by Babette de Leerde, preventing a certain boundary. Diving towards the left. The Dutch lady playing with number 1 on her back. Yesterday she kept wicket, but the gloves has this morning been handed over to Fate Tunnicliffe.
Seems like the Western Province women's team is slightly behind in the overraters. I've seen both Jones and Vasey this over running back to the top of their mark to make sure that they make up some time. Okay?
Yeah, the only way how they can not be penalized for slow overrate, and I can't recall any stoppages, is to obviously dismiss the badges within the next 4 overs. I think they should be fine by then. But the total 81 for 8. Oh, it's a big swing there by Kayakaze. End of the over. 15 overs gone at Western Province. They are in the driving seat with the badges currently 81 for 8. And it's a formality to compare the two scores. Similar stage, Western Province 151 without loss. I think that summarizes the superiority in this game. And that's another wicket, having a big swing at that one, and clean bowled, and a wicket for the Captain Jones, a 4th wicket. Or is that a 3rd wicket?
3rd wicket.
It's a 3rd wicket, and she's been very impressive today.
I have to agree with you there, Mr. K. This one basically just full and straight. Abrams having a hack across the line, misses the ball completely as she's castled by Leah Jones. The score then moves on to 81 for 9 as number 11, Janae Winster, comes walking to the crease. Leah Jones immediately around the wicket to the left-handed Janae Winster as she approaches the crease. These two obviously know each other quite well, having been in the South African high performance and emerging environment for quite some time together. As he's around the wicket immediately. Jones to Winster. Winster hits this one into the leg side. Fielding is done on that leg side boundary by LaRue. 1 run added to the total. Score now moves on to 82 for the loss of 9 wickets. Kaya Kazimati back on strike.
It's quiet. Western Province, they've done the job today.
Kaya Kazimati feeling that she's missed out on that
Yeah,
one.
absolutely. Posted a very competitive match, winning 194 for 2 after being put into bat. And for the local side, it was only Nadine Moodley. She fought a lonely battle that made an impression today. Kayakaze Mate, rightfully. Intention is very clear, Gershon.
Very clear, Mr. K. She's not going to die wondering. She's walking down at Leah Jones here, looking to hit that one into the leg side. Unfortunately for her, she just got a bottom edge to it. And I don't think that it's going to stop her from trying to do it again off the very next ball. She has another big swing. This one
Misfielded by Tunnicliffe.
Still no run added to the score.
A real captain's bowling performance from Leah Jones. She's got 1 ball left of her allotted 4 overs. She conceded 17 runs, but it will be 1 more ball that she had to bowl, as this one is wided by umpire Sunbury Stradom. Gershon, you refer earlier to you sense there's a problem with their bowling tempo, the way that you run back to get the next delivery on song, hit out to mid wicket, where Kelsey Adams does the fielding, and end of the over, end of the 4th over, bowled by Leah Jones, the skipper. She picked up 3 for 19.
The score then moves on to 84 for 9 at the stage, Mr. K. 16 overs gone in the Hollywoodbets batting innings. And we just had a shot of the change room, the Hollywoodbets women change room, very dejected look on the faces of the players in the dugout as well as on the steps. Made me very disappointed with their performances today.
Yes, as we said earlier, they did not pitch up today.
As we see LaRue open, LaRue or Weingart. Take them LaRue back into the attack. Bowled 2 overs so far, got the 1 wicket of Rihanna now early on in the innings. And she's gone for 13 runs. They're definitely looking to finish off the innings here now. Just something to keep in mind, Mr. K, the lowest total for the Hollywoodbets women this far this season has been 86 for 9 in their allotted 20 overs in the game played at Chatsworth against the Dolphins.
That is correct. And, well, it's not wided by umpire Willifeed. So they're also in trouble here to break another record. It's not a good record to have, but definitely the batting performance of the visitors is also a record. It's the highest score this current season that was scored against the Badgers. Good fielding there. That's Sarah Smith.
Sarah Smith, Mr. K, good feeling there by in the covers. This one hit with extreme power out into the cover region by KK Mate. KK definitely looking to get on with things here. She's not going to hang around. Just leaves this one alone. Three dot ball so far in this over, in the 17th over. Leroux into Mate. Hits this one through the offside.
Kelsey Adams runs in from the boundary. That's the fielding, and the score moves to 85 for 9, and that'll bring Janae Winster on strike.
Winster having faced only one ball so far, and she's going at a runner ball, 1 from 1.
Very healthy strike rate of 100.
Leroux making a couple adjustments to the field before she approaches.
Tatum Leroux into the experienced Janae Winster. Winster plays that one off out to the onside.
Quick question, Mr. K, not to put you on the spot here. Who do you think would be happier over the course of this weekend? The team that won the 50 over or the team that won the 20 over game?
Well, I think if you look at the lock positions, and we spoke about it yesterday, just watch this one delivery, and that's the end.
That's the end.
That's the end. So it's a foregone conclusion, a massive victory here for Western Province as Winster got dismissed, and that is also the lowest total of the season by the Garden Road Badgers. They will be disappointed, but I think mixed feelings after a very, very emphatic victory yesterday in the Pro20 match. Western Province came out strong today. They dismissed Badgers for only 85 after scoring 194. So if my calculations is correct, it's a victory by 109 runs.
You are correct there, Mr. K. Yes, quite a disappointing performance today by the Garden Route Badgers. They're feeling out fit first of all, and then their batters. After yesterday's performance, we expected them to put up a more spirited performance than what they did today. But credit has to go to the Western WSB, World Sports Betting Western Province Women's team. They came out all guns blazing this morning, and we were treated to some ingenious stroke play from Danae van die Kerk as well as Faith Dunnicliffe on their way to a mammoth partnership of 160, and then finishing off with a total of 194. It was always one bridge too far to cross for the Garden Route Badgers women as they came out to bat, especially losing Jana Nel early on in the batting innings.
Just in conclusion, Gershon, your player of the match?
And my player of the match for this game would definitely be Danae van die Kerk, scoring 164 balls. She really took the Badgers bowlers to the sword throughout the entire day.
Yeah, she's been dropped 3 times, but that's irrelevant. The numbers will tell us that she made 100, a century, as you mentioned, from 64 deliveries. Well played, Western Province. They bounced back today. They've been hurt yesterday. And with that, I would like to thank all our viewers who've been tuning to this YouTube channel. And we would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a happy 2025. We'll be on air back again next year. Also, thank you to our technical team from Pitch Vision for providing the images and the final mix. Well done to all, and congratulations to Western Province.
Thank you, Mr. K. Yes, well done to the Western Province women's team. Merry Christmas to every one of our viewers watching this broadcast. Thank you so much to the production team and everybody involved in bringing these live pictures via Pitch Vision and YouTube. The Garden Route Badgers will take heart from their performance yesterday. They still have a bit of work to do when it comes to their T20 cricket, and they've got the second half of the season to look forward to, where they can still turn things around to make sure that they get themselves out of that relegation zone and stay within the top 6, taking part in this CSA Hollywoodbets Pro 50 as well as CSA Hollywoodbets Pro 20 tournament going into next season. Well done to all involved, and that's all from us. Thank you so much.